So Modern Horizons 3 came out yesterday, and it took a little bit of time for me to get the cards I needed, specifically Invert Polarity and the 4 copies of Tameo, but I was lucky enough to get some during draft, and the bot slowed down enough for me to buy the others. And I spent all night grinding the leagues, playing against best magic grinders in the world as they tested out their new decks. And here is what I found. Tameo, new staple for blue red. Absolutely. I'm going to go over what I found out for blue red control slash blue red tempo as an archetype, and then go over what I found out about the meta. So, reporting in for the first day of Modern Horizons. For blue red specifically, Ragavan completely obsolete at this point. There are even more chump blockers and even more creatures on the ground than during the Modern Horizons 2 meta. There is so much around to block Ragavan that he is basically unplayable because he doesn't have evasion. Thankfully, they printed better Ragavan with Tameo Inquisitive Student. She's a 0/3 flyer that whenever she attacks, you make a clue, and when you draw your third card in a turn, you flip her over into a Planeswalker. The +2 is she gives everything -1/-0, so Jace Architect of Thought. If they attack you or a Planeswalker. The -3 is she buys back an instant or a sorcery. If it's green, you get an extra mana, but we don't have any green in our deck. And her -7 is you win the game. You just draw cards equal to half your library, and you get an emblem saying you have no maximum hand size. Fun note, this triggers your other Tameos that are out when you -7. So you flip her, you get a new one, you can just uptick that one immediately if you already have one out on the field. Tameo, significantly better for blue-red tempo than Ragavan. It doesn't die to Unholy Heat, which is very important for our next point. It actually generates card advantage. It has evasion, and it's just much less swingy. Tameo, absolute all-star. Cannot imagine playing blue-red tempo without her going forward. So if you haven't got your copies yet, I'd advise getting them now. However, I'm pretty sure blue-red tempo's not going to be super good in this format, so maybe don't pick up your copies immediately. What is good is Galvanic Discharge. This card is just better than Unholy Heat. It kills Tameo, which, as we've discussed, is very important, unlike Unholy Heat on turn 1. You can store the energy that's left over for bigger Galvanic Discharges in the future. It has this weird sort of text where the spell resolves and then you get the energy and may pay the energy. You don't announce how much energy you're paying as you cast it. So it leads to some interesting interactions where normally you'd have these very small interaction windows. Like, let's say you're targeting a walking ballista with this, and they sacrifice everything to just ping you because they know it's gonna die. You can just gain the 3 energy, I believe. Or maybe the target fizzles. I'm not sure. But I'm pretty sure you just target it and then you gain the energy, and then you don't have to actually spend any of that. Or if they cast a pump spell on it, and the pump spell's not gonna kill the dude, you can just store that energy for future Galvanic Discharges down the line. So I think this card is much better than Unholy Heat. It doesn't have as high of a ceiling, but it's got a much, much, much better floor, and killing things with 3 toughness is going to be really important going forward. Because it's not just blue-red that's running Tameo. Mengu was playing Tameo with Psychic Frog. A bunch of other blue-black-based lists are running Tameo. This card is just excellent. Another card I wanted to test was both Harbinger of the Seas and Invert Polarity. It's not a main deck Blood Moon format currently. You can still punish some decks with Harbinger of the Seas, like the Eldrazi deck, the Boros Boom Bust deck. Even if they like get their basics a lot, you can still kind of cut them off of a lot of their stuff. Tron, obviously, but you don't want to run this in the main deck. You do need to adjust your mana base a little bit. That's why we have Mountains, Prismatic Vistas, a Bloodstained Mire, just as a way to get our one mountain for Harbinger of the Seas. But this card is not main deckable unless you're in Merfolk and you already get the island walking benefits and all that stuff. Invert Polarity. Really, really good card. Only in the matchups where they're trying to resolve big swingy spells, like the One Ring, Teferi Time Raveler, Omnath. This card is incredible. Everywhere else, 3 mana is a lot. Modern has sped up a lot more than, well, since I last started playing it very seriously. Archmage's Charm, as much as I've cast it before in the past, things have sped up even more now. So, Invert Polarity, while this card is absolutely backbreaking and induces a lot of anxiety in your opponents when you cast it, it's mostly just going to induce anxiety if you're stealing something that will actually win the game, right? Stealing like an Arcbound Ravager or a Goblin Guide or even a Lightning Helix, maybe a Lightning Helix, probably isn't going to be good enough, right? You want to aim 3 or higher with Invert Polarity. So typically this is your control / mid-range cards. I've stolen Omnath with this, the One Ring 6, which was really, really good. But those are very like specific kinds of decks that are trying to like ramp into something scary. So that's what you want Invert Polarity for. Sink into Stupor. Still not sure if this is better than Otawara. My instinct says yes, because it's another instant you can buy back with Tamiyo or delve away with Murktide Regent. And I played against Sakura yesterday, who was running the Wizards bill. And he actually made like a really good tweet about this earlier today, where he's like, there are 2 types of blue-red players, and he showed Expressive Iteration and Flame of Anor. I enjoy casting Flame of Anor better than Expressive Iteration. I don't like casting Expressive Iteration in my control decks. I'm fine with it in my tempo and aggro decks, but I think you still can't be a good control deck without the One Ring, sadly. You just flood out way too easily, and with Flame of Anor in particular, you kind of already have to be ahead with a wizard on board to really get the most out of it, and there's so much black running around that getting a creature to stick is very, very difficult, whereas Expressive Iteration helps out more in those top decking situations. I guess what I'm trying to say is the meta is still mostly variants of Grief Scam, and this card is much better against Grief Scam than Flame of Anor, because if they see that you got Flame of Anors in your hands, they'll just take the creatures, or they'll just kill the creatures as soon as you play them. The black decks are very, very difficult, which dovetails into my next point about the meta. Grief Scam is not going away. Chthonian Nightmare, Warren Soul Trader, Necro Dominance, hello? All of these are incredible black cards that all the pros and all the grinders are running. Necro Dominance in particular, y'all are going to be playing against that card a lot, because they figured out that if you run Necro Dominance with the same sort of package as Mono Black Coffers, specifically March of Wretched Sorrows, you can gain a lot of life to offset that damage. And with Shieldred, you can basically gain not infinite life, but a lot of life, right? Like a lot of life. So that's going to be very difficult. It can't be Pithing Needled, to my knowledge. It's basically just 3 mana, I win the game in these black decks. I think we're going to be seeing Mono Black Scam be the new boogeyman of the format compared to Rakdos Scam, just because A, Ragavan's not good anymore, and B, Necro Dominance is likely the best card in the set, especially when paired with Shieldred, because you can't even cheese them out with Burn. As long as they have a creature out, they will gain a silly amount of life. So that is something to be aware of. The Nadu decks, typically not an issue for this deck, at least not when I've played against them, just because Nadu is a 3-mana spell that needs to resolve in order for stuff to happen. Um, and we do have the counter spells, we do have invert polarity, and typically we can keep the pressure on enough where, like, they have to play unoptimally. I still do think the Nadu decks are good, but I think Necrodominance decks are going to be much better going forward. This one's fun. Dredge is back. Yeah, that's a thing that happens. They're running 4 of Cephalid Coliseum, and if you're not packing Graveyard Hate, you're just gonna die. You're just gonna die. Dredge is way better than it was before. The 4 Cephalid Coliseum really, really help out with that. Depending on how much of a player it becomes in the meta, I can see myself going up to more unlicensed hearses, or maybe even Leyline of the Void. I doubt it's going to be a Hogak type situation, just because Dredge is a lot less consistent than Hogak is, and I feel like the mono black grief scam decks are just going to be better. There's some other thoughts I have about decks like Storm, but instead, let's just play some Magic. I don't think blue-red tempo. I don't think Tamio is gonna like save blue-red tempo or anything like that. I do think she's better than Ragavan, and I do think this deck can still 4-1 leagues. However, the power level has just risen a lot with Modern Horizons 3, and I feel like if there is going to be a good blue-red deck going forward, it's going to have to make, much like with Modern Horizons 2, we're going to have to make the most of the new cards that came out. Problem is, blue-red really wants to be generating some energy and some card advantage, and the best energy card next to Galvanic Discharge is actually Wrath of the Skies, so it might behoove us to be more of a Jeskai control deck if we want to play hard control in the future. But for tempo, maybe something with Amped Raptor. Maybe you play Amped Raptor and just reduce the amount of counter spells in your deck. You still probably want to play 4 counter spells. Like, even if you Amped Raptor into them, as long as you have something to make use of that energy, it's not too big of a deal. Like, it's gonna feel bad. But you can probably, like, set up your Amped Raptor stuff with Preordain anyway. Probably can't run Murktide Regent. But I'm gonna be experimenting a lot with this set, because I feel like it's essential to play the new and powerful cards. I think you really, really have to 2-for-1 your opponent. You have to lock down the game by turn 2, because if you don't lock it down by turn 2, that's when Necrodominance comes out, and then it becomes very, very, very hard to win the game. I do think this card is actually an issue, and you need to be able to have a plan. It's why I'm running the 2 Spell Pierces. I'm not sure if Consigned to Memory is really good to run main deck. It might be best to run like a Stern Scolding instead. I think that's what I'm gonna do. Like, this has some good targets, but I feel like Stern Scolding's probably better right now, just because of all the grief running around. So, 1 mana counter spell suite, Stern Scolding, 2 Spell Pierce, 1 Spell Snare. Actually, I got 2 Stern Scolding. Yeah, I still think that's okay. So 2 Stern Scolding, 2 Spell Pierce, 1 Spell Snare, so 5 1-mana counter spells to complement Dragon Rage Channeler and Tamio. That way we can play one of these threats on turn 1 and still have stuff going on. And 4 counter spells other than that. No Force of Negation. Probably should run some number of Force in the sideboard, just for Necrodominance, but, you know, having to pitch a blue card to counter Necrodominance when they're like thought seizing you. It feels bad, but it might be necessary. Invert polarity might just be better, but that doesn't solve things when you're on the draw. It's rough. So I think you have to like beat the Grief decks game one. So I'm gonna have the Stern Scolding in the main deck. Also, cool thing with Tameo, which you guys are probably gonna see in our games, is you can actually flip her turn two. If you go Mishra's Bauble, Tameo turn one, crack the Mishra's Bauble on your opponent's turn. You'll draw a card on your upkeep, draw a card for turn, and then you swing with Tameo and crack the clue to flip her. Now, is this always going to be a smart and good thing to do? Probably not. Probably not. But it is a thing you can do. There are also some matchups where you just don't want Tameo because you don't have enough time to crack the clues. And any somewhat slow or grindy mid-range game or control game, Tameo is very, very good. Because if they, much like Ragavan, if they don't have removal for her, she just takes over the game. Assuming they're not already pressuring you, is the thing. I have sideboarded out some Tameos, especially when I'm on the draw, just for more interactive spells. Sometimes I take out some Tameos for Harbinger of the Seas. Because typically, in those matchups, you don't want to land Tameo until you've stabilized. Let's see. In Gotha, we have Tameo, Mishra's Bauble, and we're going second. I'm going to keep this. If we draw a land, we are, like, really, really cooking. And our opponent has mulligan to 5. Mulligan to 4. Okay, so this is likely Dredge. Mulligan to 3. We could still lose on a mulligan to 3. Dredge is that good now. Oh, it's probably not Dredge because they got Jengatha. It might be Aspiring Spike's Ruby Storm deck. Could just be Prowess. Could be any number of things. I guess we will find out. If I see Ragavan here, I'm going to scream. Oh, it's just burn. That's cool. So I'd really like a land here naturally. Because then we can flip Tameo. Okay. We're gonna put that in the graveyard. I'm gonna crack one of these baubles. Okay. Our opponent did mulligan to 3, so I don't envision this going super bad for us. Hello, Hannah.
Hello.
Ooh, Thundering Falls. Okay, so this must be Prowess. So it's just Prowess, but they had a really bad start. Okay, I'm not cracking Bauble. I will fetch out an island here. Get our island, play Tameo. Gonna crack Bauble on their upkeep. And then Tameo should blink this Swift Spear, and then we should win the game. Okay, where are they drawing? Okay, they're drawing a Preordain. I think I do counter that. They need their last card to be exactly Lightning Bolt. And it's Bolt. That's fine. They mulligan to 3, Hannah. It's not a big deal. If we draw Preordain, we can still flip the second Tamiyo, which is really funny. Okay, Stern Scolding. Let's try this again. Play our third Mishra's Bauble. And they're drawing Stomping Ground. So we will be able to flip Tamiyo, and from there we should be able to win the game. So we do this. We draw for turn. And we even drew another Tamiyo. This is definitely one matchup where I'm going to consider taking out the Tamiyos. Just because we're going to be on the draw. And, like, while it is fun to have a 0-3 blocker against Prowess, most of the time we don't have the means to crack these clues. The only reason we're able to really do this now is because our opponent mulligans so low. And we'll just hold up this Stern Scolding for any creatures our opponent wants to play. And eventually we'll just find a Murktide Regent or a Dragon Rage Channeler and just close out the game. What do we want sideboard-wise for our opponent here? Okay, they're Lava Darting. They're trying to kill Tamiyo. That's fine. She drew us a card anyway. Probably want Brotherhood Zen and Subtlety. Don't think we want Invert Polarity. They're just too low to the ground. And this is why I think Invert Polarity belongs in the sideboard. Because it would be absolutely awful having a 3-mana counter in a matchup like this. Even if it's Archmage's Charm. These decks are just too lean. Yeah, I think Subtlety plus Harbinger is where we want to go. Play our third Tamiyo. Discharge this. Now we got an extra energy in the tank. And, like, they couldn't, like, respond to how much energy we were doing with, like, a Prowess trigger. So if they, like, cast something in response, we can use more energy or less energy. I do think that's another good reason why Discharge is so playable. Just gonna counter the Preordain. Thank you, opponent. It does suck you had to mulligan to 3. We have all been there. But let's move on. Definitely want all 3 of the Harbingers. They can just bolt it, but ideally we can navigate the game in such a way where they're low on red mana when we play this. Then we could theoretically protect it. I think I leave in 1 Tamiyo. And I definitely do. I like Spell Snare because it counters Underworld Breach and Expressive Iteration and all that good stuff. So I do think I want to keep that. I do like Murktide too. It's one of our best tools when it comes to actually racing our opponent. We're definitely not going to have time to do Tamiyo stuff like we did that game. I think I take out 1 Preordain and 1 Mishra's Bauble. Especially if we're on the draw, we will likely just have enough lands. And Mishra's Bauble is not as good when we're being defensive, right? This hand's excellent. Probably just gonna fetch out our basic mountain with Prismatic Vista. Ooh, actually, they're not playing a threat turn 1. That's interesting. We kind of want to wait till we have Delirium too to play Darcy, because it just dies to Lava Dart. That will generate some feel bad moments. Okay, so we'll lead on Scalding Tarn. This way we can get basic mountain if we really need to, but I feel like we're probably getting Steam Vents even if it hurts us. Or they could just plot something here, then we'll do the Surveil land. Yep. I think Prowess didn't get much. They got like the Merfolk Wizard with Prowess that you can bestow and Barbarian Ring. But I think this is going to be one of the decks that definitely suffers from the power creep of MH3. And like Tamiyo is like a huge buff for this deck, but I don't know if it'll be able to beat the Grief Scam decks. I just don't know. I think I discharged that. Okay, we'll let them surveil first. They put a card on top. Okay, like, see, if they were to mutagenic growth here, we could just pay the full 3. But now we got 2 energy in the bank for if they do want to do mutagenic growth shenanigans. Discharge just a lot cleaner to play with than Unholy Heat. I was playing Unholy Heat for a bit last night. I was playing Ragavan. And I really do think just 4 discharges the way you want to go. Other energy cards aren't necessary, in my opinion. Okay, we'll get a Steam Vents here. And we got Vista to fetch our mountain if we so desire. We don't have Delirium yet. We need a creature in the yard for that, or a sorcery. So I'm going to hold tight, just be the control deck. They got Slick Shot, Show Off, plotted anyway. And that we want to hit with Spell Snare, I feel. Although Spell Snare can also hit Expressive Iteration. I don't know. It's tricky. Okay. I do think we Spell Snare this. We can always use Counterspell on Expressive if they play that. Shocking that in, I assume, because they want to play more stuff. I'm not gonna fetch with Prismatic Vista. I don't want to clue them in on what our game plan is. And I will shock in here. I'm fine being at 16 life. 10 is where you really need to start worrying when playing against Prowess, especially if they got 4 or more cards in hand. That is a telemarketer. I will counterspell Expressive Iteration. And they cast Preordain. This is fine. I would really like a Harbinger here. This is the perfect board for it. Okay. We'll hold up Subtlety and all of our 1-mana interaction. That I think I'm discharging. Because if they want to respond with, like, mutagenic growth, it's like, fine, I'll just pay more energy. Yeah, this card is so much more elegant compared to Unholy Heat. I don't think I can go back. Yeah, they're gonna do this. And I still have 5 energy. I'll pay the 5. They just, like, they just threw a spell away, essentially. Now we're exactly back where we started, except they're a card down. That's why you play Discharge, friends and family. That's why you do it. We didn't even have Delirium, right? We couldn't afford to, the way the game was textured. Okay, so they bolt me. And they bolt me again. I'm gonna figure out how the ruling on this works. Because I think we still get the energy, we might not. We don't. Okay. That's fair. Honestly, that's way more fair than if we did get it. Now we're kind of soft to Underworld Breach, but again, we just need a Harbinger of the Seas and we win. I think I still wait. Yeah, I still wait on this. Because they still don't have a mountain. We're at 10. We're at 10, but I'm not that afraid. The one card I'm afraid of is Underworld Breach. Everything else I feel like we got locked. Spell Pierce. Okay. Give me... Okay. Nope. That is fine. We can wait. Eventually they will run out of things to cast. Just bolting me? Sure. Okay, we go to 7. That is 1 less bolt for Harbinger if we draw it. Which we did not. And they're still not putting Chungatha in their hand. And they didn't get a mountain either. Maybe I should be playing a bit more aggressively here. Okay, they bolt. We go to 4. They don't have any more lightning bolts. They could lava dart us out of the game. Man. Please just play a creature. Opponent. Okay. We don't have to worry about lightning bolt. We do have to worry about lava dart. We can't really afford to crack this other fetch, because then we do just die to 2 lava darts. However, now I do think I play out the Channeler, just because that's a lava dart that's not going at our face. And they have played all 4 lightning bolts, so we have to worry about Underworld Breach and lava dart now. Sink into Stupor is excellent. Okay. Play Channeler. Don't crack this fetch land. Okay, Soul Scar Mage. That is fine. We can Stern Scolding that. Okay, we put Channeler in the graveyard. I'll pay 2. I wasn't even playing around Spell Pierce that game, to be completely honest. I really wasn't. They did not put Jengatha in their hand. Gonna go here. Gonna graveyard that. Feel like I take Stern Scolding, Preordain, try to Preordain into Counter Magic. Yeah, because if they top deck Underworld Breach, we die. Okay, and we have exactly 1 island left. So I think it's a hard lock now. Because now we can just bolt them. Thank you, Existin. Happy to be back. It took Tamiyo being printed, but we are back. Okay. They have essentially played their hand. So we will just bolt them. And up against Prowess. Love to see it. Watch, now that I said this deck doesn't have what it takes, now we're gonna 5-0 with it. Or it could be just because, like, we haven't run into any of the, like, really, really good players yet. Not that person was fine, they just had to mulligan to 3. Yeah, Tamiyo has been so much better than Ragavan. Definitely keeping this. Got 2 lander, got some nice interaction. Our opponent's playing Jengatha. So, Meticulous Archive. Okay. Very curious as to what they're playing here. We'll hold up Counterspell and pass the turn. So weird to be playing Prismatic Vista again, to be honest, but I feel like it's essential given the new mana base for Harbinger, which by the looks of what our opponent's doing, we're definitely gonna try Harbinger out against here. I don't think we're fetching with Prismatic Vista either. Yes, I'll pay 3 life. Because I don't know if I want a mountain or an island here yet. Okay. What are you? Are you 4-color good stuff? My gut is leaning towards 4-color good stuff. Definitely keeping the Tameo on top. Okay, what are you keeping on top, opponent? What are you playing? Are you icing me? Ooh, is it Dress Down Mole Drifter? I hope it is. That'd be really funny. It might be Dress Down Flage. That would also be very funny. Nope, it's Dress Down Mole Drifter. So happy to see people playing this combo. Very good combo, honestly. Now they got moved to discard, though. But, you know, I still countered a spell that cost them, that drew them a card, right? So, like, it's pretty good, all things considered. I think we're definitely expressive in here. Gonna put Murktide in hand, play the Channeler. Very scared of the One Ring, not gonna lie, but you know, kind of are pressed into it. Yeah, Dress Down Null Drifter. That's probably what we're gonna need to do. If we want to build like a hardcore blue-red control deck. Because that combo just seems so sweet. Let's see what your top end is. They might also be running Flage, and that's what the white's for. That I could definitely see. Okay, they pending Tameo, makes sense. I'm afraid... Okay, they lightning bolt that. Flage. Fable. Okay, sure. Okay, we got 2 Murktides. We'll expressive again. Take Channeler. Bottom Preordained. Take Steam Vents. And I'm not gonna exile like a ton of instants or sorceries from the yard. Probably like just enough to not die to Lightning Bolt. Because I want the second Murktide to be bigger. And they're not quite at Null Drifter mana yet. I guess they are if they attack with the Goblin token. But, like, unless they draw Solitude, that doesn't really do much either, right? We just attack with our Murktide, sack a land. Okay, they pending Channeler. Gonna play another Fable. No, they just put Jengatha in hand. Okay. No attacks. Love to see it. Okay. Now I think... Now I think we just... Kill that. Now we exile all the good shit. And this might be where Counterspell shows up. Or Dress Down. Reprieve. Okay, we'll Spell Pierce that. Thankfully, we converted our Spell Pierce this game. And most importantly, now they don't draw a card, right? And even if they play Null Drifter, we can attack through them. We can attack through Null Drifter next turn, which is very good. They can't give it haste yet. They preordain. Even if they, like, play Teferi, we just, like, don't really care. They need a way to kill the dragons. Cool. Okay, nice. That felt really clean, not gonna lie. That felt really clean, honestly. Dress Down is a bit of a concern, but I do think against the 3-color deck, we still bring in the Harbingers. Invert Polarity seems disgusting against them. See, this is kind of what I'm talking about, guys. Like, this is the Invert Polarity matchup, right? When your opponent goes Dress Down, play Mole Drifter, you don't draw the 2 cards, but you get the 4/4. Like, wow, beautiful. I think definitely don't want Stern Scolding. There didn't seem to be any good Stern Scolding targets during that match. Probably want Consigned to Memory as well, just to counter the Mole Drifter and the trigger for 2 mana. That seems like a good way to stop that. As far as the things that we want to take out, Tamiyo's really good, but only if we can kind of like protect her. Channeler I feel like is the one that's gotta go. I feel like we're winning with like Murktide and our opponent's own stuff. And definitely want the Spell Pierces. I don't have a lot of good Galvanic Discharge targets either. Maybe I like... Yeah, like keeping 2 Channeler for Tamiyo. Try that. That way we're not like super dependent on red mana anyway. This hand seems good. Very curious to see how Consigned to Memory does against the Null Drifter combo. In theory, it seems good. Okay. Make him have removal. Okay, they got Null Drifter in their hand. Cut these onions with my knife. Shrek is love. Shrek is life. Now, do they want to Dress Down is the thing. Oh boy. Look at that, boys and girls. It's Harbinger. I think I just attack here. I'm not going to Dress Down. Because if they resolve the Null Drifter, then we're like in a really bad spot. Right? Even if we Harbinger. Yep. Now they need Force of Negation, which probably isn't in their deck. Just like based on the cards that we've seen, likely isn't in the deck. Okay, now they're gonna preordain. Maybe we can like bait them into bolting the Tameo or prismatic ending the Tameo if we just fetch at the proper time. They're probably gonna want to do that anyway, right? Okay, they put a card on top. Okay, we'll go Thundering Falls, try and find counter magic. That is a land. Thundering Falls is such a good card for this deck. I want to see what you put on top, opponent. I'm not really worried about flipping the Tameo right now. Okay, Fable. Fable is annoying because they can still generate their white mana with Fable if we don't kill the Goblin token. Okay, do they got Bolt? They don't. Okay, sweet. So now they're locked into playing Fable, which, granted, still one of the best cards in Magic, right? But probably not gonna do it here. Okay, I need to find a way to kill the, need to find a way to kill the Shaman token. I could flip Tameo. Yeah, and that way they can't attack unless yeah, that way they can't really attack without dying to Harbinger. I think I will leave the red mana open. Uptick Tameo. Like, now they get access to white mana, which is very bad for us, and they get to do Fable shenanigans. We really just need to draw, like, non-land cards. Okay, they discard Reprieve and Island. If they attack here, I'm definitely killing the Shaman token. And they kind of have to, right? Like, they need the white mana. But this attack is really bad for them unless they can kill Harbinger, like, right now. Okay, they cast Get Lost. Now their mana is back up. Like, we got some card advantage going here, but they could always just exile the Tameo. Yeah. That's rough. I mean, we do have, like, tons of map tokens and clue tokens. It's not gonna matter if we don't, like, draw counter magic. There it is. Exactly how we drew it up. Okay. Definitely gain this. Gonna exile these bad boys. Might as well map token here while I can. They're gonna get lost again. Okay, I'm gonna counter that. I'll keep Tameo. Right? Yeah, I keep Tameo. What do they do here? Did they play Taff? Oh, no, they're just evoking Null Drifter. Okay, draw some cards. This is a cool combo. You can, like, evoke Null Drifter, make a copy of it with Reflection. Seems good. Okay, now they're gonna cast Get Lost again. No, Doorkeeper Thrall. Okay. That also synergizes with Null Drifter. Okay, we need a bolt for Reflection. Or a counterspell. Or invert polarity. That works. Okay. Things they can do. They can cast Null Drifter, which is scary. With this on the stack, hope they don't have a reprieve. Heads. Okay, we lost the flip, but that's fine. Would have been cool to get the null. Oh, no, wait. It would have died anyway. Oh, wait. No, it wouldn't have because of Doorkeeper. That's like the whole point. Cool. That's really cool. Yeah, we would have got that. I feel like if that happened, we would have won the game, right? Okay, they're just attacking with Reflection instead of generating infinite chump blockers. That's fine. We'll block this. Tamiyo being an 0-3, coming in handy, soaking up the damage. Are they get losting again? Or is it Tef? Or are they actually casting another Null Drifter? Nope, there it is. Okay. Well, that's scary. That's definitely scary. That is all their Null Drifters, I believe. No, they got one more. And this has Annihilator 1. They can... Man, we are just not drawing any cards. Okay, there's Invert Polarity, a little too late. Wow, deck. Deck just doesn't want us to actually, like, draw anything. Okay. Guess we're holding Murktide region on defense because we drew, like, every land in our deck. That's so annoying, honestly. Like, I'm probably just sacking this map token. Like, Tamiyo's doing good defense here, but, like... Okay. Sack the map token, sack a, Wow, they're attacking with Doorkeeper? I would not do that. Their attacks here actually aren't that good. They can, like, attack with one and then we block it. Yeah, it's got Annihilator 1. Sack the map token. I don't think they're running Lightning Bolt, is the thing. Okay, definitely gonna steal this Fable, or attempt to. And we lost the flip. Man, we keep losing coin flips. Flage kills. Oh no, wait! It doesn't have any abilities when it enters. Okay. Man. That is annoying. I think we just gotta get Preordained back. Okay, if they block with Null Drifter, I think we lose. If they don't, we win. Yep. Okay. Man, that was so rough. We just drew a million lands. I feel like we're favored in this matchup too, is the thing. Like, I feel like we were doing really well. Okay, they just do this. They Lightning Helix us, and then we die. It would have helped if we won, like, any of those coin flips, too. Like, that would have helped. Don't know what we could have done differently there, to be honest. I really don't know. I'm feeling Channeler, though. Feeling Channeler. Just as a way to kill them quickly. And probably going down. This game doesn't seem to be about flipping Tameo. Actually, we probably don't want too many channelers. I'll go up like one channeler. Just as a way to try and race them, because I guess if we don't race them, we just draw a million lands. This seems fine. We can counter the Null Drifter trigger and the, draw a card trigger. We don't have any threats, but, like... Okay, that preordain helps. Let's see if they counter this. That'd be really annoying if they did, but also wouldn't be surprising. Definitely want to keep the expressive on top. Because we have the mana to actually do stuff with expressive iteration. Okay, they put bolts into the graveyard. I want to see what they're drawing. Okay, they are drawing Doorkeeper. So they could flash that in. Man, it's... How do they know we have the mountain in our hand? I guess they don't. Okay, we drew invert polarity, which they're likely playing around. But I feel like we still need to... We need to go for the, They have a land. I feel like we still need to go for the coin flip. Okay, just bolt Doorkeeper. Dovin's Veto. Cool beans. Man, we are not having a good time here. If they got Spell Pierce, I think we lose. Heads. Okay, we won the flip. We actually won the flip. And now I think we win. I'm just getting an island. Gonna kill Doorkeeper. Okay, we stole Flage. This is good. I'm just gonna hold up invert polarity. We're definitely winning this race. They need Get Lost, which I think they just found. Are they escaping here? Okay, we won because we countered their big thing and actually stole it. Okay, those are the matchups, guys. Like, take note. Like, I'm being like dead serious. Like, take note. If you're not doing stuff like that with invert polarity, don't play it. Like, you need this card for like the big swingy, I tap out and play my 3 mana plus bomb type matches. Because when that happens, it's almost impossible for them to come back. Right? Like, they were setting up for some, like, really really degenerate shit, and we just like reverse the status quo on them because of invert polarity. So like, don't run it in the main deck, because if you go against hardened scales or burn, you're gonna be like, man, this card sucks. Why did Jacob lie to me? Run it in your sideboard for moments exactly like that. Thank you, Hannah. Did you see what happened?
Kind of.
Do you understand what happened? They were playing their big mythic I win the game card, and we stole it with invert polarity for 3 mana. Okay, playing against Mistaken. This is likely Amulet Titan. I'm definitely keeping this. Mistaken, for those of you who don't know, really cool person, plays a lot of Amulet Titan. Very excited to see what they are playing today. Most likely Amulet Titan, but you never know. I'm definitely leading on Steam Vince, because I will counter a turn 1 Arboreal Grazer. Absolutely will. The Mycosynth Gardens. Okay. Of note, we only have the 2 Steam Vents, so Bloodstained Mire gets our tap land and a mountain, which are both very bad for our current hand. Okay, typically what Mistaken likes to do against me is generate Urza's Construct tokens to pressure me, so that I use like my counter spells a little bit worse. Thankfully, we have Galvanic Discharge to help with that. He doesn't know that we only have a certain number of Steam Vents here, so I think it's good to play the Tameo. If they play a Dryad, we can do some stuff. Definitely bottoming the discharge. We got a bit too much removal here. Okay. Now they're in kind of a like rough spot, right? Because we got counter magic. This is exactly where you want to be with Tameo, where you aren't ahead, aren't behind, but actually where you are ahead, and you can either like crack your counter spell, or like crack your Klug token, or play counter spell. I think Amulet of Vigor is fine. Not super worried about that. More worried about a Dryad. Like that one. I'll keep a land. I would love, 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 love to have Harbinger main deck in this match. That would be so toasty and nice. But alas, that is not the world we live in. And now we can just start like cracking clues to hopefully find more counter magic. Staken not really in a good spot here. Don't even need to flip Tameo, honestly. We'll just keep drawing cards. Where are you drawing next turn, bud? Okay, Mycosynth Gardens. That's fine. Not too concerned about that. As long as he doesn't have Cavern of Souls. That is the main thing I am worried about. Okay, there's a construct. I think I am just killing that now. I will keep Murktide on top. And we got spare energy left over for if we gotta kill Dryad. Okay, probably playing another amulet here. Then using the Mycosynth Gardens. Oh no, they're getting Cavern of Souls. Because there's no way you don't have Cavern of Souls right now, right? Okay, that is actually really scary. Because now we gotta find another lightning bolt. Yeah, now we gotta find another. Oh no! You don't have Cavern? Oh my gosh! Oh, he doesn't have Cavern. Doesn't have Cavern. Oh my gosh. Um, that's huge. Okay, do we flip Tamio here? I think we do. Or we could just play Murktide. If we play Murktide, they die next turn. Right? Because 1, 2, 3. No, we have to cast Preordain first. I'll keep Lightning Bolt on top. Do I even want to flip Tam? Oh, man. This mountain is giving us some trouble. Yeah, this mountain giving us some trouble. Okay. What you doing? Okay. Copy the Mycosynth Gardens. I mean, copy with the Mycosynth Gardens. Generate a ton of mana. This is the turn. This is the turn. You gotta do the thing here. Okay, probably going Dryad and then okay, they've already played a land. They need Explore or what's it called? Arboreal Grazer. And if they do that, they can win. Oh no, just the One Ring. That's fine. I don't really care about the One Ring. I guess I do kind of care about the One Ring because we might not draw a counter spell. Yeah, I kind of care about the One Ring. We did draw a counter spell though, which is good. Effectively a counter spell. Mistaken's definitely dead this turn. Unless they Primeval Titan. Okay, there's Arboreal Grazer. That's annoying, but not the end of the world. Okay. Okay, plus explore. So you basically have infinite mana. Mana is infinite here, more or less. Man, this guy's really good. Okay, Simic Growth Chamber. Mm-hmm. Got more than enough mana for Primeval Titan, and then some. Although, that is both of the lands. Okay. That is both of the lands. Pay your 2. Pay your 2. You got 7 mana. Okay. Do I counter this? Feel like I don't. Feel like I don't. Because if they have another grazer, which they most likely do, or a dryad, then we just die anyway, right? So we let them keep going. Mm-hmm. Oh wow, they just had another land anyway. I guess I miscounted. I thought they were on their land. Oh, they played explore. I'm done. Okay. Here's Primeval Titan. Let's hope they don't have another Arboreal Grazer. Don't need Murktide. We need counter magic. Okay. Man. It's putting us through the ringer. We literally don't have any more fetchables. That's so embarrassing. Okay. Okay. Man. Okay. So they got Primeval Titan. But we're just donezo. They have to go to 6 life for us to win here. Man, this guy is too good. Really. Don't know what more we could do here. We just, like, didn't draw what we needed to draw. Okay, there's Growth Chamber. There's no way he doesn't have, like, 2 Primeval Titans right now, right? Uh-huh. There's Dryad. Probably gonna bolt all of our stuff now. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Just all the mana in the world. Mm-hmm. There's Prime Time. They can give it haste. Ideally, we just double bolt it, and then we can keep playing Magic, but I feel like that's not what's gonna happen. He'd have to be drawing terrible, right? Like absolutely terrible. Not to have a second prime time here. Or another Wondering. Even if they have another Wondering, I think we can still win. Because then we buy back Counterspell with Tameo, and they've already shown that they don't have Counterspell. I mean, Cavern of Souls, so. Okay, what are you looking for? You gotta get past my big Murktide Regent, which you can probably do with Dryad's help. Oh, dude, they just gain life? If they gain life and pass the turn here, they're dead. But there's no way you don't have, like, another Primeval Titan or another Wondering. There's no way. I gotta figure out where these two bolts are going. Really. Like, that's what's gonna determine if I win this game or not. Is, like, what am I bolting? Am I bolting Dryad, or am I bolting any of the Primeval Titans? Okay, the One Ring, sure. Don't care. Really don't care. Like, my dudes are on defense right now. Let me see that mana go away. Spring Heart Nantu, go. Sure. You get some dudes. Does this make infinite dudes? Okay. Yeah. Now they can just, like, keep putting the thing back. They have infinite Arboreal Grazers now. That's really annoying, honestly. That's really annoying. Why did Amulet Titan get another aspect of its of a combo? Like, why? It's like, you know what? Amulet Titan needed another combo piece. Okay, I get it. Actually, I'm just gonna F6 and, like, get a thing of water. I'll be right back. Alright, I just want to see how far this goes. Honestly. Okay, so you can effectively just get infinite arboreal grazers. Man, this stack. Okay, so this should at least stop the Valakut. It probably won't, because they probably have, like, more stuff. Okay, so Springheart Nantuko plus a Bounce Land plus Grazer plus Amulet of Vigor just means you get to just do whatever you want. Got it. I'm not conceding until he kills me, though. Like, because I need to learn as much as I possibly can about the new version of Amulet Titan so that I can make informed decisions about how to beat it in the future, right? So I know this isn't exactly the most entertaining content, but if I don't want to like keep losing to Mistaken and other Amulet Titan players in the future, I have to figure out exactly what's going on here. And I'm pretty sure it's just Springheart Nantuko plus a Bounce Land plus Grazer plus Amulet is like a full-on combo. So now you have even more shit that you need to counter in addition to Primeval Titan and the One Ring and Amulet of Vigor, and like everything is now like a must counter threat. From what I can see. Yeah. Cause this is ridiculous. That is absolutely ridiculous. But, you know, the key is to, like any combo deck, stop it before the engines get running. So, definitely want all the Harbingers, Invert Polarity, and Subtlety. I feel like drawing cards is going to be more important than, like, killing them with Channeler. I could be wrong about that. Stern Scolding seems more important than ever, to be honest. Discharge, probably not. Probably not playing that. Maybe. Probably just playing Lightning Bolt, honestly. We're not gonna... That's one thing compared to Unholy Heat. We're gonna have a much harder time actually killing these things. In this matchup in particular. Taking out Spell Snare. Let's see. Taking out one Channeler, one Preordain, and one Bauble. I feel. Actually, probably should take out Expressive Veneration over Preordain. Because we gotta find our specific cards. Okay, now we know. Now we know Springheart Nantuko is a thing in this deck. For some reason. Amulet Titan got even better. Definitely would not have seen that coming if you told me it was the case. Definitely didn't see that one coming. Okay, we will go first. This hand seems fine. I wish we had, I wish we had more counter magic, but I think we're okay. Maybe we should have brought in Brotherhood's End over keeping the lightning bolts. Wow, it's counter magic, but no blue source to actually cast it. That's cool. This mountain. Okay. They're drawing Spring Heart and Nentuko. We can theoretically lightning bolt that. We really need a blue source. That works. Okay, there's Amulet of Vigor. Probably that plus a bounce land, play Spring Heart, which is fine, because we can at least bolt that. So weird having to keep in lightning bolts against this deck. They're gonna explore. Okay. Dismember. Cool. Oh, that is really rough stuff. Honestly, that is so rough. We really needed that Tameo. We could, like... Okay, there's Triad. Guess we can bolt it twice. Oh, that feels bad. Would have greatly preferred if either of those were counter spells. Okay, I'll take the counter spell. Ideally, we can just start beating down with Subtlety. There's no way Mistaken doesn't play around Subtlety, though. They're gonna, like, play the One Ring or something. Spring Heart. When a land enters the battlefield, you may pay 2 green. If you do, Spring Heart and Nentuko is attached to a creature, create a token. If it didn't, create an insect. Okay. Feel like I do Subtlety that. They didn't play a land last turn. So I just gotta hope they don't have another land here. They put it on top. Is this Dismember? This is probably Dismember, right? Because, like, Mistaken knows Tameo's good. Explore, draw the thing. Okay. Definitely want Counterspell. I'll take Bobble. I gotta know what he's playing next turn, so that I don't make horrible life choices. Primeval Titan, cool. Okay. That's neat. And we drew Spire Bluff Canal anyway. Okay. Okay, there's the One Ring. So hand is Nentuko plus Primeval Titan. Okay. Not super afraid of that. Oh, but I would really like... I would really, really like to draw some action. Okay. Subtlety this. Try and get the ball rolling. They can't play a One Ring if they have it. They put Nantuko on the bottom. That takes a turn off. That takes a turn off. There's Beseiju. I'll counter prime time here. Okay, we got very lucky. We could still die. We could still die. There's invert polarity. Okay, I feel like we're not gonna die now. Hmm. Okay, attempt to steal your prime time. Like, either way, this is a game-winning play. Heads. Sweet, we stole Mistaken's Primeval Titan. You love to see it. Okay. Amulet Titan got better, but so did we. Let's go. Okay. Ooh. This is tough. This is really tough. We definitely want Brotherhood's End. They got Dismember for Tamio, which we're definitely gonna have to pay attention to. They got their Dismember. Do I bring in Dress down over, like, Expressive Iteration? Feel like I gotta have the Lightning Bolts. Maybe I go down one bolt. One Expressive. Put in one Dress down. Take out one Preordain. Actually, yeah, I think this works better. Try it like that. Because we don't really have a lot of time to be casting sorcery speed stuff. We have to be able to be, like, doing stuff on their end step or their main phase. This hand's really good. I'm gonna keep this. Hopefully we find a Subtlety or a Merfolk. Okay. Here we go. Off to the races. And we drew one of our expressive iterations. Bajuka Bog. Okay, at least it's not a bounce land. Knowing that they are gonna Bajuka Bog us. Gonna keep Bloodstained Mire. Need Subtlety. Okay. And here comes Triad. Gosh. Okay, Grazer into Dryad. Most likely. Or they might just play the One Ring. He wouldn't keep a garbage hand, is the thing. And there's nothing we can do about that. There's absolutely nothing that can be done. We were on the draw. It was on the play. Man, it's disheartening, though. What do you even do against that? Okay, there's no way Mistaken doesn't have Dismember up. But I feel like we gotta play Tamio. We gotta do something here. We can't just, like, sit back on our counter spells and let the One Ring take over the game. Is this Endurance? No, it's Dismember. Cool. Sorry, Tamio. Not sure what we do here, honestly. I guess hope he ties to his own One Ring. That doesn't seem likely, though. At least Springheart and Tuco doesn't have Flash. Okay, keep that. Not really getting to the point where they can double spell. It's screwed up, but we have to win the flip on whatever, like, big thing they play next, right? That's what's messed up. Is, like, now we gotta, like, invert polarity, hopefully win a coin flip, I guess. Disruptor Flute. Naming counter spell, right? That is so annoying. I thought this was supposed to, like, this is the force of negation problem again. Where it's like, here's the thing that we printed to, like, help protect you against combo decks. When really, it's just helping the combo decks combo harder. That's so cringe. No shame on Mistaken, of course. They're playing this game really well. But that is definitely not what this was supposed to be for. But I guess it doesn't matter. Really doesn't. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Arboreal Grazer, yes. Is it the One Ring? Can we steal the One Ring? Please. We have had so much stinky nonsense happen. Okay, we won the flip. Cool. Our One Ring now. We need to draw a land. If we draw a land, we might have a shot. That's not a land. It is a subtlety. Dress Down seems very good. That will buy us a turn. We can theoretically Lightning Bolt our opponent out of the game. Theoretically. It's 13 cards. Explore. Cool. Amulet of Vigor. I'm just doing this now. I'm just gonna do this now. You have to have Beseiju. You have to have Beseiju or another One Ring. Uh-huh. This is all very cool, but I really hope we actually win this. This feels like such an uphill battle. Okay, they play Primeval Titan, hopefully. I'd rather see Primeval Titan over the One Ring. Okay. Yes, you have lots of mana. There's Beseiju. Man. Yep. Disruptor Flute naming counterspell. It's Amulet Titan's world, boys and girls. We're just living in it. Mm-hmm. That's just Force of Negation all over again. That's how it feels. Well, I learned something new today. Oh, gosh, that's horrible fucking card design. Not saying invert polarity is any better, because it's definitely not, but that's really discouraging, honestly. It's so sad getting like hyped about like a new set, only to have like crap like that happen. But well, what can you do? There's really nothing you can do about it. And seems good. I don't really have anything to say there. I don't know what we could have done better, to be honest. We had no way of removing the disruptor flute. I think we played as well as we possibly could have. It was just that got even better. Now we're against Dredge. That's cool. Man, going from Amulet Titan into Dredge, just magic at its finest, right? Probably Life from the Loam or Otherworldly Gaze. Nope, Cathartic Reunion. Yep. did not enjoy playing against Dredge way back when. There's basically no way we can race them unless we draw exactly Murktide Regent. And even then, like, it's probably not going to happen. I don't know what we could have done against Amulet Titan there. It feels not like a completely new deck, but we're just going to have to rethink our place in the matchup, I guess. Can't just sit behind our counter spells anymore. We have to... I guess we could run Disruptor Flute. It's the thing. Flute the One Ring, Flute. I mean, they generate so much mana. Actually, that's a terrible idea. They generate so much mana, it doesn't make sense to flute anything but the One Ring. Now they get all these dudes back, and just gonna leave. But yeah, this kind of like reinforces my hypothesis about Blue-Red's just not good, even with the Tamios. I thought like invert polarity and Tamio would do enough to like bring the deck up, and they do. The problem is like we're not the only decks that got buffs, right? And it'd be silly to think of it that way. And our buffs just aren't as good as everyone else's. Getting rid of the Stern Scoldings. Bringing in Consigned to Memory because it can counter the... This is one of the few things that can actually counter Creeping Chill, right? So it's good to have in for that reason. Probably want to take away all the discharges because if they have creatures, we're already losing. Definitely gonna keep this. Show me Gemstone Caverns. But yeah, maybe there's like a good blue-red deck out there that still plays Tamio, but I feel like blue-red tempo, just not a deck you can really play anymore. There it is. Gosh. Magic's so fun, isn't it? Otherworldly Gaze. Mm-hmm. And they trudged over Stinkweed Imp. Well, they got Stinkweed Imp, and now I don't know what we do. I guess we just Steam Vents, play Darcy, try and find unlicensed hearse. Feel like we can't really afford to like sit on the Spell Pierce the entire game. Okay, so they're gonna dredge another Stinkweed Imp. There's Narcomoeba. And there's Prized Milk. Okay, so every deck is just kind of like a linear combo deck now. Cool. That's frustrating. Maybe it's time just to play blue-white control. And they're gonna Cephalid Coliseum. And we're dead on turn 2. horrible gameplay. Absolutely horrible gameplay. Well, what can you do? I guess against every deck where we could, like, actually interact, blue-red was doing well, but there's so few decks where you can actually, like, interact and play a fair game of Magic that it doesn't make sense to even attempt such a thing. There's no point in playing fair. And Tamiyo's $30 now, which is good, and Ral's gone down to 18. So maybe it's time to sell, like, the Tamiyos for Ral's. I'm not sure. Because it feels like you just have to, like, out-linear the opponent's decks, right? We got one land, but we can use this to get a island, so that's good. If we're lucky, we will 3-2. If we are lucky. But yeah, Dredge is back, so probably can't do much if you want to be an interactive deck. Solitude. You gonna ephemerate Solitude? No. Okay. Well, let's see what's in your deck. Okay. They're drawing a plains and Giver of Runes. Alright. So we'd like a Steam Vent or a Spire Bluff Canal. Probably just gain a blue source for Counterspell, though. Nope. There we go. Cool. I feel like we're gonna win, right? Because this is an interactive matchup. Ophelia. Counterphilia. There's Giver. And we can just Bolt Giver. If they got Ephemerate, that's fine. Because we can just counter whatever they'd want to protect. And what are they drawing next turn? Drawing Ether Vial. Well, Ether Vial we probably need to counter. Because then our counter magic just doesn't do anything. Actually, like, I'm being kind of a downer about blue-red, to be completely honest. Like, going 2 non-interactive matchups in a row is depressing when we wanted to play this deck. But maybe we just need to, like, figure out what we're going to do against these decks anyway, right? Maybe that's the game plan, is just, you know, be like, okay, there's more combo decks, there's more linear combo decks. We gotta lose a bunch, and then eventually we will get there. Once we figure out, like, what's new and what to do against these things. Okay, so we counter Stoneforge here. Because, like, with the interactive stuff, like, we know the matchup, and we don't get, like, turn 1'd. Or turn 2'd in the case of Dredge. Like, this is basically mono white death and taxes, but with the new dog. So it's fine. Okay, we take Channeler. Actually, we take Stern Scolding. I think. That way we can counter a, Solitude, if they play one, or a Stoneforge Mystic. But yeah, I don't think the deck's super good with all the linear stuff running around. I also don't want to just, like, play another linear combo deck, right? Like, maybe we play Storm. But I kind of want to see if I can make this deck okay. Tamiyo is a good start. Invert Polarity is good. Just gotta have something to deal with the combo decks. And, you know, maybe 4 Disruptor Flute is the way to go. Maybe that card will be good enough. Probably don't want Unlicensed Hearse with, like, Tamiyo out either. Maybe we just go with, like, Surgical Extraction. That could work as well. Like, if all the combo decks are running around, maybe it's time to bring back Surgical, right? Maybe that's what we do. Just bring back our Surgical Extraction, Surgical everybody out of the format. That might be what we do. Because those are going to be good against Dredge. Those help with our Murktides. Those help with Dragon Rage Channeler. I think that's probably it. That's probably what we want to do. Just, like, counter one of their things and then Surgical it. Definitely want these. I want the Spell Snares. I don't know if I want Consigned to Memory. Probably not. It's probably not worth it. There might also be some merit in playing, like, the Wizards build if we're going to do Surgical. But I've been really liking the Channeler and Tamiyo combo. Let's take out Spell Pierce, take out 1 Expressive Iteration, 1 Preordain, 1 Bauble, and what else? Probably 1 Murktide. Actually, let's take out 1 Invert Polarity, just because we're on the draw. Yeah, if Dredge is back, probably just run Surgical. Because they're gonna, like, turn 1 us, right? Let's put back Counterspell, because Stern Scolding counters most of their stuff anyway. Ooh. Good thing we put back Counterspell. Okay, there's Tamiyo. Yeah, and then we just race the combo decks by, like, turboing out, like, Murktide, right? Yeah, I think that's the way. If people are trying to be unfair, we just Surgical them. Okay. So they get rid of Tamiyo. I'm gonna bobble them now, just in case we draw Preordain. Okay, Flagstones. Sure. So probably they're running the White Orchid Knight. There's a Johnny. Sure. they have ways to, like, kill their own cat? They can probably just, like, play another Ajani, right? Okay, let's try this whole flip Tameo thing again. Guess I'm blocking the 2-1. And they could just play another Ether Vial here. Yep. And I'm just gonna fetch. I'll keep Lightning Bolt. Like, we're likely just flipping Tameo here, but... Okay. Do this. Actually, I'll wait till the main phase, that way we have priority. Okay, do this. Flip Tameo. We drew the mountain, which is very good. Now they can attack Tameo for like 1 a turn, which is not very good. Yeah, I'm feeling 4 surgical in the side. Like, unironically. Because that helps with grief, too, right? Like, grief dies, then you just surgical it. Okay, they play flagstones. Feel like I don't fetch here. And now we just pass. Let's discharge, kill the Ajani. Now we have an extra mana left over. Mana, energy. They attack Tameo because they have to. Plus the Tameo. I think I fetch here. Do they have something that can, like, stifle my fetch lands? No, okay. We'll express ourselves. Probably taking Channeler. If they got Solitude, that's annoying, but Tameo still lives. Nope, they don't have Solitude. I guess they just don't have anything. They don't have any good attacks. They might have a good attack now, though. Flicker Wisp. Flickering Tameo. Sure. That's fine. She did her job, honestly. She gained us so much life. Now Tameo flips back over. And she still draws us a ton of cards. Definitely countering the Ephemerate here. And we'll spend 1 energy on this. 3 in the bag. And now they have to top deck really well. Because we're drawing a land next turn. We'll be able to crack some of these clues. Generating card advantage again. Yeah, this Tameo just seems really, really hard to beat fairly, right? So you have to, like, play unfair to overcome the card advantage. So we gotta have, like, a dedicated plan against those decks. And I feel like Surgical is the way. Like, I don't want to play Disruptor Flute, because it costs 2 mana, and I might guess wrong. I'd rather just, like, counter their stuff and then, like, Surgical them and be like, okay, this doesn't exist anymore. Okay, now we just play Tameo to Bolt Solitude before they can Ephemerate. Nah. We got enough card advantage. Card advantage isn't the issue. We need more removal. We need, like, a Murktide Regent to close the game out. Or Brotherhood's End to, like, kill the Ether Vials so our Stern Scoldings will be better. I don't think we just, like, spend time, like, dirtling with Expressive Iteration. If we want to draw cards, we can just crack the clues. And that's exactly what I think we'll do. Crack this. And there's Murky. And 2 lightning bolts. Love to see it. And we got Solitude on lock. Is this Felia? Just gonna bolt her. Bad dog. Yep, and now we should be good. Because we can just slam Murktide Regents. And we got Stern Scolding up for Solitude, and the game is likely just over. Yeah, these matches feel like relatively easy to navigate. It's the combos. The combos that we gotta deal with. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to update the list with Surgicals, 4 Surgicals in the side, and we'll see how that goes. Okay, they're going to Recruiter of the Guard for Solitude, and then we're just going to Stern Scolding Solitude. Because all the ether vials in the world will not help you if you still have to cast the thing you care about. Good game. 3-2 with blue-red tempo. The times, they are a changin'. They really are. All the new cards are very good. It's just everyone else's new combo cards are better, right? Like, it's not that our cards are bad, it's just theirs are a lot better. So, what I'm thinking about doing is, first of all, we need those surgical. Need those surgicals. I don't think I'm changing the mana base. There were some times where it was a bit scary, but for the most part, I was pretty happy with it. Maybe we replace one of the prismatic vistas with a wooded foothills, just so we can like have another way to get thundering falls and such. I think that would be fine. Okay, get in here. Loved the invert polarities. Definitely not going down on those. Consigned to memory didn't really seem to do much, to be completely honest. Didn't really do a whole lot. It's still probably worth running like one. But I think, and to deal with construct tokens, I think I honestly want Meltdown. I think that's going to be our like artifact deck card. Although that does also kill our clue tokens. Yeah, so Dress Down's probably just better. I think that works. And like just run 4 surgicals, counter whatever thing they play that annoys us, and then surgical it. We can bring these in against grief as well. Just to stop like prove you aren't dead. Prove you aren't dead. Not dead after all. That could work. And if we counter like one Necro Dominance, we just counter all of them. It is card disadvantage, but so's like Force of Negation, which is another card we could bring in against those sort of matchups. I feel like the amount of Harbingers we have is pretty good. Maybe we do want like one more consign. Just go down to like one Dress Down as kind of like a gotcha card. This I could see. You know, because against the grief decks, we just surgical them in theory, right? Because between surgical and like stern scolding and all this stuff, they're gonna have a really hard time scamming us. And then we just run these to deal with all the unfair decks. Which does sound like a little cheesy. You know, it is. It is a bit cheesy, not gonna lie. But we need to, like, know what we're playing against. And, like, it helps fuel our Murktide as well. Do we have a Wooded Foothills? I think I have exactly one. I don't have a Wooded Foothills. I'm going to take out one of these Prismatic Vistas. And I'm going to put a Wooded Foothills in here. And we'll run that. Just gotta go to the bathroom really quick, and then we'll be right back. Alright, I think we're good. Update versions. There we go. Okay, so we got the surgicals. We got the 4 surgical extractions, which should help against all the degeneracy running around. And I feel like with Tameo, like, we generate enough card advantage where we don't really mind, like, going down a card for surgical. And the fact that we can, like, crack our clues and still, like, hold up our interaction in the form of surgical extraction seems really strong, honestly. So I'm digging that. And we'll give that a shot. We'll see how it works. See if we can break the curse. Because all of our interactive matches are going really well. All the combo matches are not going well. You okay, Hannah?
Yeah.
You need help?
I'm good.
Okay. So ideally this should fix that. Okay. Gonna go first. This hand's got no lands. So we're gonna mulligan. This hand's a little better. I think I'm putting back a Steam Vents. And the thing about, like, combo decks and, like, combo players in general when they're playing against blue-red, or just, like, control decks, is they kind of, like, expect you to counter the first one, so they keep hands that, like, have multiples in them, like, multiple of the combo piece. So, sometimes you can also just, like, Thoughtseize people with this, right? I'm gonna keep a Murktide Regent going in blind. I don't know what I'm up against, but I know I will eventually need to kill them. So, let's give that a shot. Preordain. Okay. We got some magic. Preordain. Preordain. Let's see what you got. One on top, one on bottom. Same play as us. Okay. Likely, I'm going to set up for an iteration next turn. Another preordain. Okay. Not countering that. They go planes. Okay. Little worried. Just because I simply don't know what we're up against. But we drew our land, which is great. I was going to expressive iteration there if we didn't draw the land. Gotta update the record. Okay. A third preordain. Our opponent might be some sort of combo deck. Going planes into islands. Maybe they're like ad nauseum. That's possible. In which case, that discharge is not going to do well. Oh, they're just mill. Okay. They're gonna path. We kind of want them to mill us here, right? Like, they likely don't have surgical extraction. But they probably have archive trap. So we kind of, like, want them to archive trap us so that we can get a big, meaty Murktide Regent. They don't, though. And they've shown us they have Path to Exile. I think it's fine. I think we just slam Murktide down and be like, if you have another path, go for it. That way we at least get a land, and then we can go like Darcy into Expressive. We only have 2 basics left in our deck, though. Yes. We will get Mountain. And they're probably going to Field of Ruin us here. Definitely a bit worried about our lack of lands. Okay, gonna Expressive while I still can. Gonna put that on top. Gonna take Mishra's Bauble and Flooded Strand. We still have a Steam Vents. No, we don't, actually. That is sad. Yeah, we are running out of lands. If they got another Field of Ruin, we're toast. The One Ring. Okay, now I've seen everything. I was like super ready just to like have our opponent mill us for a little bit. Instead, they play the One Ring. Because why wouldn't they? Why wouldn't they? Oh, brother. That is okay, though. Pretty sure we can still win. We just Stern Scolding the Hedron Crab. Yep. Draw some cards. We still have 40 cards left in our library. They haven't actually, like, milled us yet. It's a Fairy Time Raveler. Are you a mill deck? Are you a mill deck opponent? Or are you something else entirely? Are you like a blue-white control deck? With, like, Hedron Crabs? Is that what's happening here? Because I don't know what's happening. I was not expecting Teferi Time Raveler and the One Ring to be played when I saw Hedron Crab. This is definitely unique. Please just, like, play a crab or something. Or just start milling us. Like, that's fine, too. They put a card on top of their library. What am I playing against? What on earth? Okay, I guess it was blue-white control. With, like, Hedron Crabs as the win condition? I just want to understand. I just want to understand. Okay. That's Very surprising and upsetting at the same time. But I guess it happens. I guess this is a thing that happens now. I don't even know if I want to run the Stern Scoldings. Probably not. What on earth did I just play against? See, now I feel like I'm just gonna get archive trapped. Like, I'm gonna, like, fetch and then, like, immediately get archive trapped. Okay. I need a land. There we go. Definitely don't want the Spell Pierce. I will take a Subtlety, though. Our opponent's deck is honestly really cool. I just, like, I feel like I was playing around, like, two different decks at the same time. It's like a peanut butter and tuna fish sandwich. I guess I'm just gonna play around it like it's blue-white control, right? And there's just Hedron crabs here for some reason. That's how I'm gonna view it. Because I honestly, I think that's like the only way I can really afford to. Okay, we should be able to get like one good hit in with Murktide Regent. And as long as they don't have like another Supreme Verdict, we're fine. Okay. If anything, they might be helping us here. Like, why would you run Supreme Verdict in your Ruin Crab, like... Like, why? You want to like verdict your crabs? Okay, no, it's a mill deck now. I just don't understand. Are you gonna surgical my counter spell? Is this the world we live in? What are you? Opponent! What are you? We're gonna lose. We're straight up gonna lose here. I feel. We're gonna lose to the main deck Supreme Verdict in my Ruin Crab list. This is reality. Okay, we're gonna attempt to counter this. I'm not graveyarding anything, honestly, because I need my stuff to live. Okay. We still have one counter spell in our deck. And we got no more lightning bolts. So we're gonna have to do this old school. Okay. I don't understand this world anymore. Okay, they take a damage from that. I guess we need to do this so that if they break, we can still win, potentially. Did they mill our counter spell? They didn't. Okay. Okay, invert polarity. That's something. That's something. So they're gonna have 4 cards in their hand. They're gonna have 4 cards in our hand. We go down to 14 cards. We can win. We can potentially win. Okay. This is terrifying. It's so scary playing against these decks that you know, like, nothing about, right? Okay, they can mill 6 cards. But then they still die to, Then they die to Subtlety and Dragon Rage Channeler. Okay, this is it gains life equal to its power. I'm gonna exile the crab. Okay. Woo! That was close. Okay. This deck is legitimately terrifying. I think I'm playing against Mill 1 minute, then I'm playing against Blue-White Control the next minute. Wait, I won the match? Did they just concede? Why? Honestly, their deck was really cool. It was just really confusing, and I had no idea what I was up against. I am very curious why they're running Supreme Verdict in the Crab deck. I mean, it caught me off guard. Maybe the card disadvantage is worth it just to, like, surprise people? I'm not sure. Opponent is mulling to 6. I should do the same. I'm gonna keep this. Gonna bottom preordain. Valakut, huh? Okay. With Valakut, I feel like we want to race our opponent. So I'm throwing out the Tameo first. Because A, that can't die to Renin 6. And B, if they want to kill it, which they should want to kill it. Okay, there's the One Ring. Then they have to kill it this turn. Okay, there's Counterspell. Okay. I don't think we flip, though. I think we just play Darcy and pass. Because we can use Stern Scolding to counter Dryad. Which is absolutely something they're in the market to play. We'll just keep generating card advantage. Keep drawing more counter spells, ideally. Yeah, flipping into Tameo doesn't even seem correct here. Here's the One Ring. Definitely another invert polarity matchup. Gonna bottom the Stern Scolding because it isn't counterspell. Gonna bottom the Preordain because again, isn't counterspell. Let's Preordain first. See if we can find a counter. There we go. I'm going to keep both Spell Pierce and Counterspell here. Let's see. What am I afraid of? I think I'm afraid of the One Ring and Dryad specifically, and now we have answers for both of those, so I am going to flip Tameo. Just so that next turn I can buy back a counterspell and start getting more pressure on the board. Because now if they tap out for a One Ring, we just Spell Pierce it. Tameo is such a good card. See, I love playing Tameo in, like, the actual, like, interactive matches. Where you get to, like, use your counterspells and shit. But, you know, against Dredge, Scam, all that nonsense, it's not nearly as fun. But hopefully Surgical will do what it is supposed to do. Definitely getting back Counterspell. And if they don't do anything, we just crack our clues. And if they do stuff, we counter it. Goodbye, Coiling Oracle. I don't even know why you're here, but probably for, like, Flare of Denial and, like, Flare of Cultivation. So, go away. You are not wanted. Not cracking another clue, because there's no point. And putting our shields down. Next turn we can buy back another counter spell. And they're going to be dead next turn. Because we can always just discharge. Okay, there's Dryad. I do think we counter Dryad here. No, no real point in letting that live. There's just no point in that. Okay. Against Scape Shift with flares. Definitely want Harbinger of the Seas. And Invert Polarity. That's probably like our go-to. Consign can also counter the One Ring and Scape Shift triggers. Hey, Hannah. Ooh, that looks really good. Thank you so much. Looks delicious. Hannah made me some dinner. I'm gonna mute myself while I eat this. Got there. Scape Shift, not a deck I'm super worried about, but it's always good to see it in the queues. Sorry about the long wait, everybody. Just gotta eat this food. Okay, sorry about that, everybody. We're back, and we have 3 surgical extractions. I am definitely keeping this. I wouldn't keep it if I didn't have the expressive iteration and dress down as well. But let's see how this goes. Blood fountain. Okay. Not gonna keep the counter spell. I kind of want threats. I want a Darcy. I want a Tamio. There you go. And there's Urza's Saga, which is scary, but not the end of the world. And they clearly have Metallic Rebuke, which is annoying. But we're gonna make him hold it up. They discard Lauren revealed. And Relic. Well, that's annoying, because that can... Kappa Cannoneer? Wow. Yeah, that just kills us. That just kills us. That's really upsetting, honestly. Didn't even know they had that. Didn't even know they had that in their deck. See what other shit they got in their deck. We gotta find a way to kill that. Okay, they have another Lauren revealed in their hand. They have 2 Kappa Cannoneers, Spell Pierce. Spell Pierce is honestly annoying. Honestly, super annoying. But they can't Spell Pierce and make a dude. Is this whenever an artifact enters? Yeah. Okay, we have to somehow race this. Which I don't think is impossible, but it's gonna be difficult. Yeah, it's gonna be very difficult. I don't know how we actually race this. I don't think we can, because this is whenever another artifact enters the battlefield, right? Yeah, so... Get rid of that. Okay, there is a chance we could just draw 2 Murktide Regents. This is Ward 4? That is impossible. There's no way. We're gonna have to send these bolts upstairs. This is whenever a artifact enters. So they can just effectively make this unblockable indefinitely. We need another dress down. Exile all graveyards. That's fine. We will bolt you. Blood Fountain. And that's another one. Can they get 4 more? Can't be blocked. Love to see it. They still have Spell Pierce up. We need Dress Down. Like, I think that is the only card that does it here. Yeah, because they just make a food token and then we can't block. Okay, Surgical didn't do anything there because I had 0 idea we were playing against Kappa Cannoneer. Ward cost on that is 4, meaning you can't double bolt it. You just can't. Don't have enough mana. It is unblockable. Cool. Cool. So, not looking good for this deck once again. That's a-okay. Wish that stuff didn't show up on my Discord. Okay. Playing against Time Walking on Sunshine, so maybe it's a taking turns deck. I don't know. I think after this, I am essentially just done for the night. There's just so much to like learn to play against. The thing, I feel like it's smarter for me to just play like a Storm deck instead of try and make these control decks good, because it is completely wide open meta right now. think we just surveil whatever we can to the graveyard. Lightning bolted, okay. Sure. Now we need another threat. That works. Definitely gonna... Ooh, they have another Tameo. Kill your Tameo. Okay. Definitely flipping Tameo here. Spell Pierce should be able to get any instants or sorceries they play, or any non-creature spells. And now we can just start like buying back counter magic, ideally, or lightning bolts. Okay. Guess we just uptick. What are you playing, opponents? Okay, there's Renin 6. That we're not really surprised by. Brain Surge. Nope. Gonna convert that Spell Pierce while I can. So, Brain Surge, probably some sort of Temporal Mastery deck, knowing the name. I'm pretty sure this gentleman mostly plays Taking Turns decks and is just seeing if Brain Surge is good enough. I think we just uptick here. There's Snappy Boy. I'll take Murktide. Just Lightning Bolt them. We lose to a 4-mana Taking Turn spell. We know they're drawing Snapcaster Mage. Okay, never mind. Now we don't know what they're drawing. They put Misty Rainforest into the graveyard. Okay. Time Walk. No. And now I think we just win. Yep. Okay, so honestly, pretty fair deck, all things considered. We will bring in the invert polarities. And definitely not Harbinger. Take out the discharges. And run it like that. I feel like the subtleties probably aren't necessary, but I could be wrong. Keep. Oh, they have Tameo. I should have kept the Galvanic iterations in. I'm dumb. Definitely should have kept those in. Okay, Murktide Regent. Veil of Summer. Okay, so game plan is just play an early Murktide, right? Definitely don't want two counter spells. Okay, so we drew discharge, which is good. I don't think they run Teferi, is the thing. And we know they got Veil of Summer. Okay, kill Tamio. Not super thrilled about it, but we can potentially resolve Murktide next turn. So that's good. We do have to be aware of Veil. So there's Preordain. Good thing we killed Tamio. We go Thundering Falls. Exile a Darcy. Been a Darcy, rather. And play our Murktide Regent. Now, if they have a green mana open, we have to just make peace with the fact that whatever they're going to cast will resolve. Yeah, Hannah? Oh, sorry. Why is Stern Scolding still in my deck? I guess it counters Tamio. I don't know. That's a mistake. I definitely shouldn't have kept that in there. Okay, Murktide's dead. We're not going to fight over that. Definitely going to take Invert Polarity. Because even with Veil of Summer, there is a chance we'll be able to just steal whatever Time Walk spell they have. Okay, there's Renin 6. Okay, guess we're inverting. There is a 50% chance we win the game here unless they have two counter spells. Okay, that's fair. Good play on our opponent. No chance in risking it, right? No point in risking it, rather. Now they're going to be able to pay for Spell Pierce, which is kind of scary. They've been playing around it really well this entire game. Okay, there's Tamio. there's Brain Surge. Can't do anything about that. Just don't have the counter magic to go for it. We drew 4 cards. A lot. Honestly, our opponent is doing excellent here. I don't envision us winning this. Get a land back with Ren. I think we're just locked out of the game here. Nope. Not yet. Yep. Okay. That's what's all about. Just playing your temporal masteries. I get it. Let's go. Subtlety. Keep the discharge in. Don't have Spell Snare. Actually, Spell Snare counters Ren. Maybe get rid of Stern Scolding. And 1 discharge. And 1 Mishra's Bauble. I think I'll keep this. This hand seems good. Just gotta hit a land drop, and we are off to the races. No land. That is very scary. No land is scary, but at least we get some extra junk in the yard for Murktide. Okay, is it Tameo time again? No, preordained. Okay. Gotta make sure they don't get the Brain Surge mana. Okay, they put 1 on top and 1 on bottom. Man, my throat is just all sorts of messed up. I'll keep Channeler. Hold up Spell Pierce. Probably just binning the Expressive, except we're fetching, so it won't even be there anymore. Oh, no, there it is. Okay. Okay, surely they know that we have an instant. Okay, we're gonna spell pierce that. Keep invert polarity. Let's see if they want to fight over this. Nope. Cool. I'd prefer if we didn't fight over it because I definitely want to keep that invert polarity. They put a card on top. Okay, there's Tameo. Yep, I think we just pass. And on their upkeep, we will just try and bolt the Tameo. Our opponent is playing well. I just feel like this is an outdated strategy. Then again, I'm one to talk. Okay. Definitely looking for a land. Gonna bend the bauble. Kill Tameo. Okay, here's Hedge Maze. So they don't have Ren and 6 plus what's it called? They don't have Ren and 6 plus Veil of Summer. That's what it's called. Feel like I go for Counterspell here. If they got Veil, they got Veil. At least it gets it out of their hand. Feel like I don't want a Tameo. They play Ren, I'm fine with that. Definitely need to hit a land here. There we go. Let's see if they want to counter this. They do. They're going to be able to start time walking next turn unless we hit another 1-mana counter spell. Yeah, now they have the ability to resolve whatever they want. But it's probably just going to be like a time walk, right? Snapcaster Mage. Get back Lightning Bolt. Yep. Okay. Maybe we should have kept a land. We should have foreseen this. Oh, never mind. Drew the counter magic. Okay, here's our 8/8. And we got the 2 invert polarities in the back pocket. Now they're at this really awkward moment in the game where, like, it's like, do I time walk? Okay, and they're gonna ice down Murktide. Sure. That is not a big concern for me. They need to, like, hit a temporal mastery to really, like, get going, because then they'll be able to hold up Veil and Counterspell. They can't just, like, keep tapping Murktide down forever. Yep. Okay. Currently 3-1. Lost pretty hard to Kappa Cannoneer. I feel like we've been playing against a bunch of very strange decks. Mostly just people, now that the streamer event is, like, over, I feel like it's mostly just people being like, I'm gonna see if this card makes my pet deck better, and then it, like, might. That's the thing, is, like, I feel like people aren't unfounded for thinking that, or for, like, wanting to see that. I feel like it's totally valid. It's just impossible to, like, gauge how much stronger the already strong decks will become as well. Okay, Amulet again. Well, we get to see if our surgical plan works. I'm gonna play Tameo here. Because this has got to be Amulet, right? Yep, definitely Amulet. Are they gonna play an Amulet Vigor? They don't. Okay. Okay, let's see if we can get the 4-1. Amulet tied in has been scary for us, but not unbeatable. Shuko. Oh, never mind. This is Nadu. That's fine. That doesn't increase its toughness, right? Okay. What are you doing now? You doing anything else? No? Okay. Kill Delighted Halfling. Okay, now we got enough left over to kill Nadu, which is good. But it looks like they don't have much else going on. Okay. If they have Nadu, they win the game. But they missed their land drop last turn, right? Yeah, they missed their land drop. I'm gonna go for it. Bolting Nadu doesn't really seem like a winning play anyway. Drew the counter spell. Now we just have to hope they don't have a land. feel like this is probably the correct way to handle this deck. Yes, they will win if they draw Nadu, but they need a land. Woo! So much more scared of Scam than this, to be honest. Love to see it. Okay, Surgical, get in here. Subtlety, get in here. Probably don't want Harbinger of the Tides. Consigned to Memory. Probably don't want that either. Like, that counters Shuko and, like, nothing else. Things that we need to take out. Spell Pierce. Probably one Expressive. One Murktide. One Mishra's Bauble. Oh, nope. And a Preordain. Whoops. Well, guess we're playing with 61 cards. Whoopsie doodles. Okay, gonna keep this. Okay, there's Delighted Halfling. Okay, if they played Nadu next turn, we can subtlety it. But we need to find a way to, like, actually deal with it permanently. Because we can't just, like, Delighted Halfling it. I mean, we can't just, like, keep subtletying it. Shuko it up. Okay, we're gonna Tameo. Try and find removal for Delighted Halfling. Well, there's removal for Delighted Halfling. This is good news. So we'll attack. Draw a card. Flip Tameo. Uptick. And we can buy back, I guess, Lightning Bolt. They don't have the Nadu yet. I don't think. Okay, they Shuko. Hit Tameo to 1. I mean, not to 1, to 3. That way they can make a construct token. That is fine by me. They do the construct beatdown plan, we just bolt their stuff. Okay. Feel like I still take Steam Vents here. Oh, I thought I had, like, a counterspell in my hand. I shocked that in for no reason. Guess now we got a blocker. And I doubt they're gonna Nadu. They might Nadu. Yep, they got another Shuko. Now they Nadu. Like Veil of Summer backup. Okay, get out of here, bird wizard. Put it on top of the library. And I feel like I just trade with the construct here. Because they're attacking Tameo, right? Yeah, I'm just gonna trade with the construct. That is an easy trade. Because we want to ultimate Tameo, right? Just like drown them in card advantage. I'll hold this up to play around Spell Pierce. What are you doing, opponent? No need to buy anything back. Okay, Dryad Arbor. Counter Nadu. Shuko it up. Hit Tameo down. Depending on what we draw, will either uptick or downtick Tameo to get counterspell back. If we downtick, then Tameo dies. But we might draw something good here. Surgical seems good. Goodbye, Nadu. They got Odawara in hand. Okay, Surgical, really good against the degenerate combo decks. Who would have thought? And they're like all in, right? They're just like an all-in combo deck. They could like they could Odawara, bounce Tameo back to my hand, and then just try and beat me down that way. Okay, goodbye, Nadu. We'll see what's on top of our library. I'm gonna get a Preordain. Oh no, wait. Guess I get Lightning Bolt? I don't know why I thought Preordain was in my library. Wow, they didn't. Okay. They're just letting her live. Like, I got the Lightning Bolt back. Oh, that's Sylvan's Safekeeper. Whoops. Okay. Well, that's sad. We might just lose now, honestly. I thought that was that stupid, like, elf that you, that you sacked a Flare of Cultivation. I didn't know it was Sylvan's Safekeeper. Ooh, man. Okay, I should just upticked. Yeah, because now we get beat down by these nerds. And there's nothing we can do about it. They're gonna cord out something. Yep. Man, that was multiple misplays on my part. That's embarrassing. It didn't help that we like drew all lands, but still. Horrible misplays on my part. Now I think take out one surgical. Because clearly they got other ways to beat us. Okay. This seems good. Oh man, we just get to Bolt Triad Arbor on turn 1. That is delicious. That is really good for us. We could still lose. I mean, we lost last game. Crumbling Vestige. Shugo. Yep. Tamio overperforming like normal. I'm just wondering where to take this deck going forward. Maybe we just keep it as is. Because other than getting Kappa Cannoneered, it's been performing relatively well. It's been doing the things I want it to do. Okay, gonna keep drawing cards. Gonna draw cards until the end of time. 1,000 years drawing cards. You should play into my counter spells. If they want to, like, kill it, we can just... Okay, they're gonna Endurance here. We will just Subtlety that. We got enough cards where we can get away with this. We put Endurance at the top. Definitely gonna keep Preordain. Because now we can crack the clue. Preordain. Flip Tamio. A bottom iteration. And now we just start winning, right? They put Endurance on top of their library too, so they're not hitting their lands. Oh, they're just... I thought they were gonna play Nadu. Yep, okay. Nadu deck, it's Probably good against all the other linear combo decks running around because it's like more resilient or whatever, like who cares. But against counter magic, it is not good, or at least the all-in ones aren't good. You probably want to be more like a typical like mid-range beatdown plan with just like the combo on the side. Okay, so 4-1 total with blue-red. This one performed a lot better. I don't know if it's because of the surgicals. I think we just played a little tighter. Got some weird matchups. Honestly, the matchups were really like strange, and our opponent gave us the game round 1 against that like blue-white control mill deck. So not really emblematic of this deck's potential. I don't know what it needs, really. I don't know what it needs. I want to play against more combo decks with the surgicals to see if they're actually good. I liked the mana base. Trying to think. Like, we did run out of fetchables a couple of times, but that's honestly fine. Because we gotta put a bunch of stuff in the yard for Murktide Regent anyway. Tamiyo felt really, really strong. I don't miss Ragavan. Galvanic Discharge was good. Murktide, tapping out for Murktide felt kind of bad sometimes. I felt like we were just winning a lot with Tamiyo. And Channeler felt fine to tap out for. We weren't really tapping out because we'd be like Channeler turn 2, hold up 2 mana interaction. Murktide's great. It closes out the game really quickly, but maybe, I don't know, maybe there's just like a stronger blue-red deck out there with all the Modern Horizons stuff. It's gonna require some experimentation. Invert Polarity was really good whenever I played it. This card's awesome. One of the strongest cards blue-red can have. I wish there was a way to like cast it earlier so that we could like have it in the main deck, but other than Ragavan, I can't really think of a way to do that. Expressive Iteration was good. Thinking. I don't know. Maybe the deck's good. It doesn't feel nearly as powerful as some of the stuff other people are doing. I did miss the meltdowns against our Kappa Cannoneer opponent. We didn't bring in Harbinger Seas at all. But I feel like it was good. It was good. Maybe you take out the Murktides and just put subtleties in there. And just like draw cards with Tamiyo and then subtlety your opponent when they like do stuff. That could open up more sideboard slots. Like you just run Tamiyo and Channeler as your win conditions, like buy back lightning bolts and stuff. And then maybe have like 4 subtleties as a way to win the game. That could work. The early Murktides were excellent, though. Very, very hard to kill. And if we have subtlety be our only win condition, then we really don't close out the game very quick. And we're not even really all playing at instant speed either, because Tamiyo, Channeler, and Expressive, and Preordain, and Mishra's Bauble are all sorceries. So you don't really gain a lot by, like, having Flash. I don't know. Somebody smarter than me will figure this out. But I'm going to keep trying at it. But we've been streaming for about 4 hours. And I think I'm done for the night. Happy with the 4-1 record. It is sad we're still not on the board yet. But we honestly did our best. We did our best, right? Maybe there's a good blue-red deck out there. This one, I don't know. Definitely needs the blue-red Cabal to workshop it a little bit more. Maybe Channeler's not the way, but I feel like Channeler, Tamiyo, and Bauble are a really good package. I like the 1-mana counter spells. Discharge felt great. I don't know. I really don't know. We'll figure it out, though. And in the meantime, I hope you all have a lovely night. Remember, if you want to support the stream and support what I'm doing, feel free to follow on Twitch or follow on the YouTube channel, or most importantly, wishlist my game. Like, straight up, just wishlist Siren's Call. It's down there in the description. I spent 6 years working on it. It is my passion. You think I care about Magic? Oh man, you should see the stuff I did for this game. Anyway, that's all I got. Y'all have a lovely rest of the night. Take care.